That's cool though, man. I'm gonna have to take a look at that next time. Yeah, I did not know about that Easter egg. I wasn't paying attention to any of the slander he was receiving in chat.
Mayday! Mayday! Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
This is not the Ground Zero's crash. This is the Mantis crash. That's why you hear Mantis. This is Mantis crashing in Cyprus. Or outside of Cyprus. Wherever the fuck it was. Quickly, look at Snake before he disappears. There he is. Jumps into bed.
He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone a long, long time ago.
Yeah. Huh. Hey.
Oh no, not me. I never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. I laughed and shook his hand and made my way back home. I searched for fallen land. For years and years I roamed. I gazed and gazed stare at all the millions here. We must have died alone.
The song is a hint. I think most people interpret that the song was about Bowie grappling with his multiple identities. And the fact that it's a cover being sung by someone else. And people point to that detail as well. The face-to-face line makes me think of all the mirror scenes, people looking at themselves in the mirror, or two characters face to face, like Miller and Snake. Skullface, when you see him for the first time in this. Face to face, upside down. All the focus on reflections.
Werkzame.
V has come to.
V has come too.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Let's take a look at our options first. Turn all this stuff off. Subtitles on. Do I want to leave all the subtitles on? Yeah. Score off, trial off, marker off, leave reticle on, enemy presence off, damage direction off. Action icon display, I'll leave that on because those can be finicky. Weapon icons off. Sound, turn off Donna Burke. Aim settings, reflex off. Snake must be wearing a mask at the end of the game with all the bandages because you don't see the beard. Kojima wore it as a mask. So maybe it's a mask for him too. Oh yeah, I forgot you can see him behind the curtain here as well. I like all the flower petals, everything blurred in the background.
Ακούεις με? Ακούεις με? Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head?
I'm kind of mixed on the hospital intro.
Just nod if you can hear me.
I just wish we had a little bit more freedom to move around instead of it being so on rails.
Look up, please. Please follow my instructions. Look up.
My butt.
You can hear me. Yes?
I like the whole concept of it, like the born again thing, where we start off with basic camera functions, we can't move anything, then we crawl, and it's this slow build of regaining our controls.
Look Up.
And it kind of fits nicely with the idea of this being a new Snake, where this guy is experiencing his first moments here as this new being, this new big boss monster.
You can hear me. Yes?
But yeah, I wish we could just do a bit more in the hospital as we make our way through.
Good. How do you feel now? Can you speak? What is your name? When were you born? Can you recall?
I mean, people were guessing about the twist back when Ground Zeroes was released, you know, once we saw that the medic had Kiefer's voice and it was pitch altered. Theories went back as far as Ground Zeroes. Right. What am I going to call this guy? No one thought Chico was quiet apart from nut jobs. What am I going to call him? I believe in Sakurai? Nah. That'll be good to see at the end of the game. On the back of the picture. Good luck, you smelly bastard. I think I'll set it to... Will we still be playing this on the 18th of April? I don't want it to... I want to try and get the quiet birthday scene if I can. If I set it to the 17th of April, it'll happen before.
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Wait a minute. Try not to panic. You'll be all right. There now. Just rest.
How do you feel?
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed. Nurse. Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something, but you mustn't be alarmed. 9 years ago,
Thank you, Music
were
Box.
injured.
Thanks for the 10
In an
pack. Enjoy,
explosion.
everyone.
Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Νοσοκόμα, γρήγορα! Try to calm down! Calm down! Please! Calm down! It's gonna be okay! Yes! Calm down! Yes. Better. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Έννοια σε κατάσταση οπλιστική εγχείρηση.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Διατρέχει μεγάλο κίνημα. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση. Το πιστεύω.
It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
It's wide open, all right, but about as deep as a puddle. All right, what are we doing here? I like the look of this guy. We'll start with this guy. We'll bring down that temple a little bit. We'll bring down these eyebrows. There we go. He's looking serious. Yeah, let's get those milky eyes. Very thematic. I think I want a big nose. Yeah, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Crooked jaw? Yeah, the crooked jaws look good in this. Ooh. Okay, I like this. I like what we're working with here. No, put that back up there. Hmm. It's not strange enough. Yeah, little smile.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I think I like that. Well, maybe I'll reduce the size of this nose. Oh, wow. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa. Oh, he's scary. He's pretty scary. He's pretty scary. Okay. Oh, I like this guy. Okay. No eyebrows. Yes, bald, no eyebrows is perfect for this guy. Maybe some facial hair, though. No. Oh, a little mustache would be perfect.
Very good. Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, Your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
Look at the text.
Oh shit!
This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
What is this? You're nuts!
Did you know that mirrors are used to heal phantom pain? Maybe he was just trying to heal us. Maybe he was able to hold that mirror for a bit longer.
The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
Yeah, the doctor in this is almost certainly modeled on that real transplant doctor. The head transplant guy. Wow, really, Eddie? I didn't know that.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The whole world wants you dead. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Come on!
The pee is bait. I don't think he actually does lie in a puddle of pee if you watch that scene. Okay. Here we are. I wish I could turn around and crawl over to those flowers, but the game won't let me. It's just the one thing I wish about this intro, that we had a bit more to examine and look at, and like optional fail states to trigger, and like Metal Gear type stuff that you would think about having in a Metal Gear game, but it's very, you know, 2-hour modern video game type thing. Hold up and watch the scenes. A lot of holding up with minimal inputs from the player.
Drug's not working.
Some nice visuals and stuff, though. Like I was saying before, I like the concept of it, you know, being reborn as this new person and starting with just the camera movements and then entering your name and slowly getting all your functions back. It's a cool idea, I think, and it fits with the character. I wanted to change my camera settings. The game will automatically set your axis here, depending on how you react when he tells you to move your head.
We're getting out of here. Move it. Let's take the stairs.
This is the beginning of the game, yep.
This way.
GDC poster, I think.
This isn't gonna work. We better take the elevator.
Sounds like he says the pain there. I like his broken arm here, flopping around like a fish.
Calm down. You can do this. Drugs kicked in? Good, let's hurry. Hold up, let's fix this. Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy.
Mango.
Over there. Let's go. This way, hurry. Keep low and quiet.
Oh yeah, I'll switch the game over. Give me a second here.
Help me, please.
I was vibing with it, Mad Mike, yeah.
Don't get caught in those searchlights. Here they come. Hurry. Move it. They're coming this way.
I'm a bit more mixed on it now, but I would say I still enjoy it overall. Like I was saying a few minutes ago, you know, I just wish there was a bit more to it, and if you could explore it a bit more, if it was a bit less on rails. More interesting fail states and things like that. More details.
Move. Go. This way.
They put more effort into Cyprus than Afghanistan. I mean, they're totally different kinds of sequences, right? This is
It's ugly down there. Turn
this is like one big interactive cutscene set piece, but where none of the core gameplay takes place. And then Afghanistan is full of all these different bases where you have the missions and all the gameplay. See,
I'm a Grigora. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ, τι συμβαίνει?
they're very different settings.
Ναι, τον είδα πριν λίγο.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay.
I can't see what's happening. Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Hey! Oh, πρόσεχε!
Hey!
Hey!
I can't see what's happening.
I quite like the lighting during that sequence, Bad Humans.
You hear them coming?
And after the bridge gets destroyed too, it's a nice looking scene. The lighting is pretty effective there too.
Please, please.
Yeah, tactically, that doesn't really seem like the best idea, does it? From XOF, where they're both on each end of the hallway, shooting down the hallway. Miraculously, they don't kill each other there. Was Motosada Mori still the military advisor for this sequence?
who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, Donald Trump. That was the name the public came to know him
Bisexual.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking.
The XOF soldiers should never have said anything. They should have been completely silent. If I was the director of the game, I would never have had them speak a word for the whole game.
This way. This way.
Thanks, slow engine.
A ship out at sea here. More Moby Dick references, you would think. I started reading Moby Dick recently for the first time. I'm only a few chapters in, but I'm really enjoying it. It's great.
We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl.
What's the first line of Moby Dick? Call me Ishmael. Ah! Wow, I didn't think you could get seen there.
Don't you die on me. Ahab.
I guess I always go prone before I go outside. I thought you could go out and then go prone.
You suck!
We have to go through this again? No.
We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead.
Here it really feels like you're supposed to be doing something else once you get here. Hold X to go prone. Holding X doesn't do any more proning than you're already proning here. Remember this confusing me. Just look at them. Look at Snake here. He's clearly alive.
Oh shit!
Look at these clowns. Everyone else is looking really, really dead. I'm looking really, really alive. But then, when it switches to a cutscene, then they start playing dead. Very risky. What the hell are they playing at here? Is he pissing himself? Is he pissing himself? Wait for it. Might not be pissing himself. You think he's pissing himself, but then... Look. Look at the bag. Big Boss would never piss himself under these conditions. Everyone's jumping through windows in this intro.
Grenade! Take this!
I do like this thing, how he just takes in everything they throw at him and then... Boom.
Hold on. You better stop and treat that injury.
Now the colors go all faded. This was supposed to come back in Kingdom of the Flies, of course, but we never got to see that. Yeah, I like some of the pseudo handheld cinematography in this.
We'll have to take the stairs down.
But I think I might have preferred more of a balance between like the traditional framing of the previous games and the more handheld style. That's what he does in Death Stranding. You have like a lot of classical cutscenes and then some of the more handheld stuff that he started experimenting with. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the very modern, you know, the typical regen health type mechanic. I prefer the classic health bar system. Yeah, of course, Teku.
aim button to aim. Then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
Nah, I'm good. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'll take the right. You take the left.
Nah, I'm good. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Reload! Need cover fire! Need suppressing fire! Need cover fire!
You can do this. Hurry up and get with the program.
Lay down some cover fire! Follow me!
Calm down. You can do this.
See? Told you could do it. There's a cool little detail here, actually. Ishmael, the real big boss, gets a time paradox. If we die, we get a mission failed. Tying back into MGS3, MGS2. He needs to live. He's not allowed to die. He must live in the future of the timeline. But we're expendable.
Know how to shoot a gun? Hold down the aim button to aim. Then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
One second, guys. Okay, what am I doing here? Let me just catch up with chat as well here.
I'll take the right. You take the left.
Brainwashing doesn't happen until you're on the boat. No, the brainwashing started happening when he was in the hospital. He started undergoing all the therapy and the hypnagogia and everything that they described.
You're pretty good. Calm down. You can do this. Nice work. Let's go.
More ships.
I'll run interference.
Hey, Shadow. He vanished. He's a phantom. Hey, Luke. No, unfortunately not, Embrace. Comes. I ran into a bit of fire on the ground, so I got stun locked. That's the boss, by the way, out there. That's a statue of the boss. You never really get to see it too clearly. The boss on her horse. Maybe another hint that Zero is the one in control of this hospital. Along with the British flag, the British-controlled territory of Cyprus. You can win it to put it on your base and survive. Wow, I didn't know that. Now you see it on fire here. Upside down so you don't... Still kind of hard to see. And we see another flaming horse later. Look at a little horn on his head here. The only time in the game, I think, we see him use Venom for his power. Oh yeah, the first time at the end of the hallway, you see the horn there as well. I thought that was when he was... I thought that was when he was parasitizing Volgin. Because he had the flames there.
Hang on! Use this! Watch our backs! Shoot him! Shook him off. Hold him up a little longer. Look, you're vulnerable when you reload. I see it. Shoot it now. Harder. Almost there.
All right, we're done with the prologue. Episode 0. I forgot it was called that. And our code name is Chick. On a new game, Chick will always be your code name for the first several missions to tie in with the idea that you are born new as a baby. Venom Snake is a baby and we've just lived his first moments. All right, let's move on here. Let me just check my stream elements. Big Carsey, thank you so much for the 111. Much appreciated. Whitey as well, thank you. Someone in chat was saying that, you know how you can tell who Mantis is parasitizing based off the visuals of his design? Like, right before the whale appeared there, you saw a horn in his head, which showed that he was using, he was attaching himself to Venom Snake. When you see him with the with the beret on his shoulder, that's when he's using Mantis, the same red beret that Eli wears, that Liquid wears. When he's using Volgin, you see his hands on fire, right? And when he's using Skullface, you see him with the mask, with the eye mask. And I thought that was the one and only time we see him parasitize Venom Snake. Someone in the chat said during the hospital as well. But I don't recall ever seeing him with the horn in the hospital. I thought you only ever saw him with the arms on fire. But I could be wrong. I thought the whale was the only time. He tries to do it again here, but it starts raining. He fails. I guess, yeah. There he is with the horn. He looks up.
Come on.
I kind of get the sense that it's like, you know, Venom Snake doesn't really have any more desire for revenge. It's kind of what he says to Miller later as well, right?
The name's Ocelot. Big boss. You know who I am. A certain man gave me a job to do. Two, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. You remember? Your partner 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You were considered dead. Until today, that is, when Cypher found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance. First, we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan?
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma? 4 years ago, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. The Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Reds' 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. The squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now, in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. It's a whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now it's 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on. Ha!
That'd be hilarious if we got to see Mantis with Miller's sunglasses. Mantis with the peg leg hobbling around. Vehicles can now be customized. We haven't even touched a vehicle. Thanks, game. Don't know how I earned that, but I'll take it.
The area ahead is under total Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing. Getting used to it? After 9 years on ice, solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces. Should be the perfect one. Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north. Check its location now. Take out your iDroid. Boss, take a look at your iDroid.
I was known and feared as
He's still
Jack.
playing it cool. Being very patient. So I'm not quite getting used to this whole big boss thing.
Boss, take a look at your iDroid.
Okay. I think I understand.
You see Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority.
Oh yeah,
Your
we
binoculars, or should I say your instinct?
actually I think I might have already missed the opportunity to do the Raven thing. You have to do that immediately, don't you? We'll try.
See the village? Straight ahead?
Yeah, I
Something
think I
there.
missed the opportunity.
Here in the aircraft. To the right. A little to the left. Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer.
I'm zooming. Not seeing
To the
anything
right.
here.
A little to the left.
Stupid.
To the right. A little to the left. Have you spotted the village? Zoom in closer. To the right. All right, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it.
Oh, wow. You can't actually point all the way over here. I thought you had to be right in on this building.
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
So here's Phantom Ocelot.
Take a look through your
Maybe he just played a recording in his pocket there. Maybe he had that tape with him and he just pressed play on the little tape in his pocket. He has the tape hooked up to my speakers.
Look directly at the village and press the call button. That's Violo Village, the Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dewandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is.
I will be playing the game right for the most part. DRK is the guy who plays it wrong. I actually try and play it right, usually. But DRK will be here soon enough, so you'll get to see lots of wrong gameplay. He'll be here in a couple of hours.
Good. Now you won't have to worry about getting lost along the way. Take a look through your binoculars.
You can't have much left in him. I give him 3 days tops.
He just cut off another Phantom
We
Ocelot.
fail, and he dies. We lose our chance of revenge. But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Dewandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move. How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own.
Just stay inside the mission zone, you little bitch.
You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. You'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back. Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
Wait, Ocelot, I have something to ask.
Why don't you do a little more practice in those ruins? Shooting, taking cover, climbing obstacles. See to it that 9-year gap doesn't slow you down.
He's already talking to me. Alright, let's do it. Actually, hold on, let me get off here and... Can't remember the last time I actually tried to get any of the dialogue here about the training ground. Does he say anything if we shoot pots? Get some tutorials and controls. Peeking. I'm done. This Is Miller blind or really sensitive to light? I think he's supposed to be pretty blind. You see his eyes in chapter 2 and they're all fucked up and milky. Okay, we'll go up to this little outpost first, take out all the guards.
Soviet guard post. They're bound to be guards. Take a look with your binoculars. Put the enemy in the center of your sight, sound. Keep all your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly.
We need to get the FAP emblem. Let's take him out.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
I think these are the only 2 guys here, right? Fact! There we go. Now we can create our emblem later. Make the OHN Twitch PMC logo. Yeah, maybe one of these days I should try and make like a proper OHN PMC logo or one for my own channel.
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
I like how he sounds like he's just pulling it out of his ass there.
Spit it out. Я не понимаю. Не понимаю. Speak.
Understanding a language and being able to interpret from that language for somebody else are 2 different things. Juggling languages at a rapid-fire pace is more difficult than you might think. So, in other words, while I do speak Russian, don't expect me to do your interpreting.
It's very easy to miss that dialogue because you need to try and interrogate him 3 times. First time you get a response from Ocelot. The second time, Ocelot doesn't say anything at all. So you might think there's no more dialogue to get from him, but if you do it a 3rd time, he'll explain it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna leave this guy here and get back on D-Horse. Alright, get ready for lots of hyaz. I mean, what he says is true, you know. To translate on the fly, it's a skill. But he could try, you know. It'd be cool to maybe hear some of his wonky translations. Yeah! 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 Do you want me to do this for the whole playthrough where I say yeah? Match it up with Kiefer for the entire playthrough? Yeah! 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 No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I don't think my housemates would appreciate that. It's almost midnight here. That would drain me as well. That'd wear me out. I'm already tired enough at the moment. We're just gonna go straight down to Miller. We could go and get the intel in the previous base, but if you know where he is, you don't need to do any of that shit. Some of the lighting does look nice in this game.
You've reached one day.
The sky looks pretty nice.
In that town. But we don't know exactly where he is. You can keep gathering intel or make an entry into the town now.
We both played MGS2. We both play most of the games because they're quite long, you know. We usually do like half and half for most of the games. I played a big chunk of MGS2, so did DRK. I thought I heard him coming out. Do you have a stopping point or whenever? We just go in like 12-hour shifts, roughly. What? I thought this was the guy that I just took out. But yeah, 12-hour shifts. We share the same save files and hand the save files over to each other. So yeah, it doesn't matter where we take over. You know, I'm going to hand him this save file later when we take over. Love Deterrence playing here beside Miller. His character design here is a bit of a callback to his MGS1 concept art. If you look up the artwork for Miller in MGS1, you'll see him wearing this green shirt, pants.
Monsieur Miller!
God. No more use.
Monsieur Miller!
Guys, it's me. I'm here to get you out. Snake. They do something to your eyes? No, it's just bright is all. What took you so long? We'll talk, but not here.
Let's do it.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Stay in there for a second, Miller, will you?
Toilet. If you're gonna hide inside, watch the
Oh,
enemy doesn't
three
decide
of them
to
out
use
here.
it. Same goes for hiding downed enemies.
I didn't mean to jump out there. Now let's use the checkpoint. I want to hear his dialogue here, and I don't want to have to wait for the alert to die down.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
I always got the impression that Miller didn't find out about Venom Snake until after it was all said and done, like at the end of the game. You hear him finding out in the post-credits conversation right at the end of the game. So that kind of makes it feel like it's happening at the end of the game. You know, that's how it is with all the previous games and the post-credits conversations.
Sun's down already. It goes without saying that darkness is good for infiltration. But your vision will be affected just the same. Keep your guard up, or who knows when you'll bump into an enemy.
Is that guy awake? My god, they're crowding around here.
Well, it hasn't slowed you down one bit. Not so heavy anymore, right? Magic words, boss. I've been waiting 9 years to hear them. Kept you waiting, huh?
This part is kind of interesting here because the player has to press the action button to get Snake to respond. If you're just playing the game normally here on a first playthrough, it's just going to be awkward silence after this if you don't press triangle.
Come on. Save for all time's sake.
But if we stop and say press triangle.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ.
Pequod! You interrupted me.
We'll stand by.
Anyway, if you didn't hear that, he said kept you waiting, huh? But in a very robotic voice. Kept you waiting, huh? As in, I am Big Boss. This is my catchphrase.
It's really you, Snake. All these years without you. I knew this day would come. Them. Boss, watch out. It's the skulls. Don't let them find us.
Boss, whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
Someone asked a question here. I thought Kaz not knowing was a part of why Metal Gear happened. Didn't he say he would raise Solid Snake to get revenge for the lie? Or maybe I imagined that happening. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. That isn't what people were... That isn't what whoever was asking that question meant earlier, though. They were just asking, when did Kaz find out about Venom? If it was at the start of the game, or was it before the events of the game, or was it after the game? But yeah, when he finds out, he decides that, you know, he feels betrayed by Big Boss. Has this plan to send the fake Snake after the real Snake. Okay, right, will we just leave? We take this exit here? This seems like a pretty good way. Fucking idiots, you didn't cover this exit?
You're heading outside the mission area.
Oh. Damn, it's outside the mission area. Fucking clever skulls. They must have known that. A very strange place to have this sequence, right? Or they, you know, they could have had... I guess even if they had skulls blocking that exit, that would probably be worse, actually. Because then it would really feel like a direction that you could take. If, you know, had a challenge to get past them from that angle as well as this angle. Gonna try and bait one of them over here. Now I should be able to walk past this guy easily enough. The skulls really suck mechanically, I think. They're very boring. With regards to, you know, how you can interact with them and manipulate them. Game, you know, if you get into a full-on combat sequence with them, they're just kind of these boring armored bullet sponges that can keep armoring. I guess the one cool thing is the, like, some of the CQC counters and what have you. But if you want to sneak past them, I feel like it would have been better if you had, like, more interesting ways to bait them and things like that, but not really much you can do.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Yeah, I hope I know where I'm going here. Ba-da-lam, ba-da-lam, bum.
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone.
Those things. That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Our men, survivors from 9 years ago, were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's them. No mistake.
Science! Checked by iDroid. Why? Ba-da-doo. Ba-da-doo.
Boss, did you come all this way just to kill him? That is enough! Boss, have you lost your mind?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I have. I like some of the double meanings you get behind some of these bits of dialogue.
That's Miller. You can't just leave him there.
Even the first line kind of makes me think it might be a double meaning. Did you come all this way just to kill him? Kind of what happens to our character. We go through this whole ordeal only to be this expendable thing that's going to be killed and forgotten about. You know, like the time paradox in the intro. The real Snake, he's allowed to live, but we're going to die regardless. We're being set up to be killed no matter what happens, and there's nothing we can do about it. The timeline is fixed.
All right. Put Miller in.
the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. A phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
Played us like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake.
Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned.
Oh shit!
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Snake. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. They came after you in Cyprus. In Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing. Swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss. I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
Approaching Mother Base.
He's not there. He's a ghost.
Our new Mother Base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
Boss? Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Things have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause.
Cause?
Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
Let them talk.
We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
All right. Let's learn how to run Mother Base. See you later, Pequod. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Snake doesn't seem to have much desire for vengeance. It's all Miller. But, yeah. Snake also wants Miller to tell him what to do. Tell me like you used to. So I guess we're going to be doing what Miller wants to do, and he wants vengeance.
Concerns the running of Mother Base.
It's kind of a paradox, you know. We're told we are the big boss. This is your base. These people are your men. Go out. Everything is up to you. But we, at the same time, you kind of feel like the ultimate pawn in this game, even more than Raiden, I would say. In MGS games, usually you're under the thumb of your superiors. Your boss is usually the bad guy in Kojima's games. And before this game, I would say Raiden probably felt the most like a puppet. But yeah, I would say Venom Snake feels even more like a pawn. Maybe that's part of why, because you're supposed to be the boss. You don't really feel like it. Raiden isn't supposed to be the boss. So it makes it feel even worse. It was that moment in the chopper on my first playthrough that I knew the game wasn't going to be what it said it was going to be. Seeing Snake completely at a loss. When have we ever seen Snake or Big Boss like that? You know, like he's having this mental breakdown in the chopper. Miller staring at him, telling him about their quest for revenge, and he's just not there at all. He's looking straight through him. And then he starts panicking. I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. Tell me like you used to. Looks like he's about to fucking have a panic attack.
Come meet with me.
Yeah, I was expecting to see like a result from the coma and the coma affecting him in a way, but I wasn't expecting it to be like this, you know, where we were just this like vacant, hollow husk.
Boss, come meet with me.
Like his persona of Big Boss comes in and out. I think there's also supposed to be... I think one idea that the game has is that
Boss, come meet with me.
while the real Big Boss abandoned the boss's will, Venom Snake didn't. That when he underwent this therapy and started to experience when he started to take in all of Big Boss's experiences, with that he took in his experiences of the boss. But he decided to, you know, he didn't feel the same way as Big Boss. You know, I think that's what you see in the nuclear disarmament cutscene, right? You know, when he says, "I haven't forgotten what you told me, boss." And then he quotes the boss from MGS3. "We have no tomorrow, but we can still have hope for the future." The YouTube cutscene, yeah. So yeah, I guess when he has moments like that there with Miller, I'm like, is that really supposed to be the Big Boss speaking, or is it the boss, or is it whoever the fuck the medic was?
Boss, come meet with me.
It's always kind of hard to know because, you know, he's so much more of a blank slate than Raiden. Raiden has, you know, his whole backstory, his whole history and everything. Whereas the medic feels like he's supposed to be much more of a blank slate, where he's almost purely a player avatar. With these tiny little things showing you signs of who the medic was, you know, the whole thing with Paz and everything.
You came. This base belongs to you now.
I came.
Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you. Start bringing people in, use this. It's a Fulton recovery device. When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
It's an honor, boss.
Yeah, we don't know much about who he was. Again, it seems like he's mainly there to be a player avatar, a stand-in for the player. They describe him as the best man we had.
First, put him to sleep.
And it all parallels Raiden and MGS2. You know, it's the Big Boss simulation. We're playing as the guy who played all the previous MGS games.
Tranquilizer gun, don't you?
Who's experienced all his missions and has his memories. Like Raiden's VR training, which was supposed to be a stand-in for the player who played all these Metal Gear games.
That's now extracted. Good. Extraction complete. You can only Fulton recover someone if they're not resistant. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your eye droid. Select staff So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that will support you on missions. Take a look at the development list.
Select weapons items under the development heading.
What are you saying here, Ocelot? Weapons items?
That's the R&D team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Didn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology, or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people. Boss, put the iDroid away for a moment. You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC next?
I'm ready, boss.
It's the best. Excellent, boss. Now extract it. That won't work on. I've had drug resistance training. Now extract it. Now. That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance training. Now extract it.
I'm not sure what you mean, Zenko, with regards to the same feeling. He's speaking out the train stations here. That's what he says in Japanese. The train stations that you hear in pretty much every Metal Gear game. The AI Colonel in MGS2, the Cyborg Ninja hallway in MGS1. You don't hear it in MGS3. Originally, the Sorrow was supposed to say the train stations in MGS3, but it was cut for whatever reason, I'm not sure. In 4, you hear Sonny. In Peace Walker, it's the boss AI.
2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5.
A little hint about the doublethink that Ocelot is engaged in. Ocelot brainwashing himself to believe that he's talking to the real big boss.
Extraction complete. One thing I should mention. The Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, it could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. If you want to be sure you can get them out, best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member. Start by knocking him out, or you can put him to sleep. Now that we have more people on the R&D team, its level has gone up. They should be able to develop it. That's enough. This isn't the time. Give it a rest.
Select weapons items under the develop
boss. Now select cardboard box and start development.
Development has finished. You can have the support unit supply you with weapons and items you've developed. Think of it as
Hugmaster,
your
thank
own
you for the 2
personal
years.
delivery service.
I'll try and get this to land on me if I can.
call in a supply drop, watch you don't drop it on your head.
Look at this big baby.
And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team, but that was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it. You won't make any GMP or find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still...
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly
What?
at LZ.
You can stay around here a while.
Sorry, what?
Practice. Just come pay me a visit.
I'm just gonna leave now, okay?
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Alright, bye everyone. I'll see you like halfway through chapter 2 or something, okay? Take care of the base for me. See you later, suckers. Have fun. Looks like you're gonna have a blast here.
Gaining altitude.
Looks like a good time. See you later. Yeah. Give me all the stuff. Give me all the stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Amazing. Yeah, great. Fantastic. Yeah. Briefing files.
Boss, I know you haven't been back long, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid. I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone. The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
Second note, I had an expensive Nando's for breakfast, and I haven't eaten anything since then. Since the start of the stream. I'll have something after the arcade takes over. Guess I'll show the C2W thing. We'll try and do the C2W thingamajig, whatever you want to call it. Let's get dropped off. Let's get dropped off at Spoogmek Heap. Hold on, let me just check my development as well. Desert Fox. Develop some of this stuff for later. The tuxedo. Fucking criminal that the tuxedo was paid DLC in this. Jesus. Did it come for free with the definitive edition? I think when you got the definitive edition, you got all of the DLC that used to be paid, right? Or like most of it. They really shouldn't have done that with the tuxedo, you know? The traditional post-game first playthrough unlock. Is the tuxedo gonna be... Is it paid DLC again? That's disgraceful. Okay, back to Spookmake Keep. Solid Snake. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Hey there, Elvin. Sneaking DLC pack. There's no tuxedo. Maybe they're not selling the tuxedo separately this time. Oh, Upgrade donated $10 to me earlier, and I missed it on my own account. Upgrade, if you're there, thank you. I'm sure I'll see him again. Let's send him back to base.
Roger that. We'll pick him up.
I think the time before last when I tried to do this, it fucked up for some reason. C2W thing. Let's see what happens this time. Doesn't DRK usually leave DD for some reason to like show some bug later if you don't pick him up? I feel like he usually leaves him for some reason. Oh, the Huey tape, right, where Huey will mention the dog even if you don't have a dog. That's pretty funny. Who the fuck are you talking about, Huey? We don't have a dog on the base. Everyone can see that's a wolf. What?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You call him D-Dog. We don't call him anything, Huey. He doesn't exist. You're the one seeing phantoms. That's gold. I forgot about that.
You see many animals in the field. Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us.
Yeah, it's like they wanted to have all this optional stuff and these different paths and, you know, dynamic side missions that could lead into main missions. Like, you know what they do for the quiet fight? Where you take on the important side op to rescue Huey that then leads into quiet, but then you can choose to leave that mission behind if you want. Stuff like that was kind of cool, and it showed potential for maybe a more dynamic mission design, but they just never really panned out that way. Right, let me call Pequod first.
Roger.
Why? I feel like I should be seeing more of the screen here. Okay, never mind, I'm stupid. There we go. That's all I want to do. This is one cool little thing they accounted for, at least. Let's use the helicopter. Wait, I already called it. I wonder if they originally planned for, like, Quiet to show up a number of different times if you chose to leave her.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Search for you, but they're not giving the all clear just yet. Stay alert.
Departing.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
That wasn't too prolonged, but okay.
Didi, come back! Mitch. Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though. He'll get bigger? Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. With a little polish, I'd say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
DD, right? Hostile at raising hounds. Fine.
Come on, Didi.
Pequod, where do you think you're going? Get back here.
This is Pequod, on station at LZ.
All right. See you in chapter 2. Bye. I mean it this time. I'm not coming back until chapter 2. And unless they force me to come back. Which they probably will a couple of times. Man, the missed opportunity of Mother Base. My God. A lonely, lonely place.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Watch quiet and deliver photos. Yeah, being able to stumble on upon Paz is really cool. And then seeing that the room doesn't exist if you go outside, and seeing how that lines up with the final scene during the Paz scenario. Some of that stuff is pretty cool, I think. But yeah, just generally, we really needed to be able to do much more on Mother Base. More interactions with the guards, training. Being able to see the main characters on the base, being able to see the whole cast. I think that should have been more of a priority. The whole target practice thing just feels like a joke. You know, run around and shoot these targets. Find random diamonds. Even the conversations that you hear wandering around the base, even those are pretty limited, I think. I don't think you get too many of them. Some of them were hard. I never bothered with them. I was just immediately disappointed by whatever the fuck these target practice things were. Just felt silly to me running up and around these struts. Shooting targets. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if this worked. So what we just did out in the world just now was complete the C2W mission. So now when we start up the C2W mission, it should just succeed immediately. We shouldn't even have to go out and do the mission. They'll comment on how we already solved it, and then they'll bring us back.
Boss, information warfare is more than just intel gathering. It also means disrupting.
Oh yeah, it should, Elvin. Just it bugged out on me before, so I'm hoping it works this time.
That'll cut off their means to call in reinforcements.
Technically, we were given this mission by a Western-backed Arab organization supporting the guerrillas. But it'll also give us a leg up in the future.
Take a look at the location of the Eastern Communications Post on your iDroid. Head there and destroy its comms equipment. He who controls information controls operations. Just look at Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Man, we have to start playing the PC version. These load times. I feel like I've been saying this for the last 3 or 4 Phantom Pain runs that we've done.
Boss, you need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by
These definitive load times, man.
Network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. Hold it, Miller. It's already been destroyed. What? The comms equipment?
Hey!
All of it. Well, great work, boss. Mission complete.
There we go. Pretty neat.
Mission complete. I guess it all worked.
Yeah. Codename Chick again. I think it's the default rank for the first 3 missions.
How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and a horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Special volunteers.
Remember the guys you brought back from the base in Cuba 9 years ago? Believe it or not, some of them survived that hell we went through. Word reached them that Big Boss is back and they wanted in. They're good men, our brothers in fate. They'll be glad to know you've seen them here.
Hideo the diplomat. Oh, we don't get Glaz and Politz yet, no?
The side ops list is comprised of problems we need you to resolve. Objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
Let's do some of the tapes.
You were hospitalized in Dikelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dikelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto.
Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety. So who was that guy?
Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
He said I was in a British military hospital. But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dikelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south?
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Dikelia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames, and then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different. You're up.
We're changing ships?
We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler.
The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it?
Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? We've got to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There, we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road.
And then?
We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter-strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It's gonna be a tough march.
Better horses than boats.
Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news.
The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics?
Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won him the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire.
The Second Cold War.
And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes.
Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs.
Islamic extremists?
Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years.
We've had extremist students in Iran take U.S. embassy workers hostage, and suicide bombings in Lebanon. Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed.
The countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity.
Private forces?
Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but...
I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now. But this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men. Basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The Mother Base. That would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait. While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of Naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on.
A prosthetic arm.
Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think?
Huh. I can still feel my real arm.
Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain?
Every now and then.
Where?
My fingertips. My left fingertips.
Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand.
Yeah.
What about your vision? Can you see okay?
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex.
Yeah, the doctor mentioned that.
Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that?
I think so.
When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
All right, what else do we have here? Moniker Shalashaska. I quite like this tape here. This one's interesting.
Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about?
You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police,
under the official name 4th Special Department.
Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here.
Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half gulag, half hero sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
Alright, so there we get an explanation for the name Shalashashka. That it was really just a mistranslation, a misinterpretation that wound up as Shalashashka. And this is something that happened within the development of the series as well. When Kojima was naming Ocelot Shalashashka, he did not realize that it was a fucked up translation. It should have been just Sharashka. But however it turned out, he wound up seeing the name as Shalashashka. Wherever he read it, I don't know. But more than that, what I think's interesting about the call is just how it relates to a grander theme that you see throughout the game. This whole thing of names being tied to perception, how a name is more than just a name. It's a part of someone's identity, and a certain name can steer the interpretations tied to it. And he was kind of talking about that in the previous tapes, how they, or maybe it was actually at the start of this tape where they talk about, Big Boss and the name that's the weight that the name carries and what the name itself signifies. How the people revere me, they revere the concept of Big Boss. It comes back again with Eli and his name. You know how Eli starts throwing a fit when they take his title from him? What's his title again? Nyoka Ya Mpembe? Nzoya Badiabulu. Nyoka Ya Mpembe. They take, when he comes to the base, they take his title, and Eli goes crazy, because without the name, he feels he can no longer control the child soldiers, that he won't be able to maintain control. He loses his identity. He loses the power if he loses his name. And it comes back with what's his name? That fucking annoying ass old man, Code Talker. It comes back with Code Talker as well, you know, when he talks about how he was given the name George in the Indian boarding schools and how he lost his identity because of, you know, when he lost his name, he lost his identity and everything that represented in his culture and his identity. But yeah, it's one of the more interesting calls in this game, I think. Now, I've kind of warmed up to Code Talker in this game. I don't know if it's I think it's partially ironic. It's definitely partially ironic. But he doesn't annoy me as much as he used to. I think he gets sexier and sexier with every playthrough. There's something very erotic about the way he talks, you know? He's like, he really gets into it. And all the kind of soft rumbling sounds that he has. Yes. I think he's a sexy character. During all the Code Talker tapes, I imagine him naked, feeling his nipples. Anyway, where'll we go next? Let's do the Man on Fire tape.
Snake, I wanted to ask you about the Man on Fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that.
And, you know, he's always just talking about this nasty shit, you know, all these parasites copulating and just with that voice he has, there's something really degenerate and sexual about Code Talker, I think. I feel like he's sexually attracted to his parasites. You know, he's always talking about this kind of weird relationship that he has with the parasites and... Yeah, I don't know. I think he's sexually depraved. Would I copulate with you, Van? No. Another thing regarding the names, the whole name thing. Another thing that's interesting to me about that in this game is the fucking opening credits. Aren't the opening credits kind of weird how all the main characters have a moniker? Like Shalashaska, Punished Venom Snake, in quotations. Revolver Shalashaska Ocelot. And Kaz even has a new name that we've never seen before, Benedict. What's up with that? Where do they get that from? Is it Kazuhira that they have in quotations? I forget. What's his moniker? Is it Benedict Kazuhira Miller? Or Kazuhira is the concept? Is the moniker? The fact that they're all introduced as like actors in a way, you know, in opening credits, you're used to seeing, you'd think we should be seeing the actors playing the characters, right? Starring Kiefer Sutherland, starring Robin Atkin Downes. You don't see that until the final credits. It says starring the characters. The characters are starring, not the actors. But then you have all this focus on their monikers, so it's like, oh, maybe that's what they're getting at. Like it's that the characters are actors in some way. Makes me think of just how, you know, how all the characters are so different to their former selves as well. This barely recognizable Ocelot, Venom Snake, who's this, you know, vacant body double. I guess in the case of Ocelot and Venom Snake, they are actors in a way, you know. Venom Snake is playing the role of Big Boss. He's not Big Boss. Ocelot is brainwashing himself for 90% of the game to make himself believe he's talking to the real Big Boss. Okay, let's do another mission. Actually, let's do a side mission. The incredible side missions of this game. Let's go rescue this Russian interpreter so we can listen in on some conversations. Altering memories is Ocelot's profession. It's his defining character trait. Self-hypnosis and brainwashing is his whole deal. It's his whole shtick. Uh-oh.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
There's actually a little Easter egg type thing here if we listen in on their conversation.
Ты же говоришь по-английски? Это непросто. Наверное, работает в переводческом отделении, аналитики, западной разведки. Я часто вижу, у тебя свет допоздна.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда? Научи меня каким-нибудь клёвым выражением. На случай, если я вдруг встречу американца.
Хорошо, повторяй за мной. I spent last night with your girlfriend.
With your girlfriend.
Ха, это было неплохо.
Правда? И что это значит?
Я друг твоего приятеля.
Ого, это действительно полезно.
Got him.
Любые мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно. Эти слова могут спасти твою жизнь.
Ха-ха, может быть. В следующий раз ты должен научить меня еще чему-нибудь.
Конечно, увидимся.
That Soviet soldier in the green beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support.
That emote is so good. I love it. He doesn't know what he said. He got him.
That's the target.
Talk.
Your English is pretty good. American?
Spit it out.
If you need help with Russian, I can help. I can translate for you.
Speak.
No need to kill me. Let me help you.
Speak.
So he must be talking to me and then translating what he's saying at the same time. That's impressive. All while being strangled and while not opening his mouth. So he's doing it all telepathically.
subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Now we can go back to the ACC. I'd like everyone now to feel bad about the hundreds of hours they've wasted calling a chopper. Once you've finished a side op, you do not need to call a chopper to go back to Mother Base after doing a side op. You can just pause the game and return. Challenge tasks. I can't remember how long that took me to find out. I think it took a while. Let me disconnect here.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tismasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the west is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
I always thought the name of this mission was kind of interesting, given that it's the first main mission after the prologue and bringing Miller back. A hero's way, like the start of the journey, a hero's journey. But we're told it's just wet work, business, cold contract killing. But then if you actually do all the optional conversations here and you see the commander's speech to his men, it becomes clear that he's supposed to be the hero, I think. Because he talks about, like, passing on his ideals to them. You know, and the things that he's not willing to do, the acts that he's not willing to commit, even if his superiors tell him. I think that's what the title of the mission is getting at. Let's commence. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-la-ba-da-la-ba-da.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method up to you. Boss, make your way to Deshago Calais and eliminate the target.
Come on, Kaz, don't get soft. You didn't mention anything about recruiting him before. Well, I guess that depends on the player, Scar Alien. Something tells me there are very few players that decide to recruit this guy because of his idealism. You recruit this guy because the game wants you to recruit everything and everyone.
And don't forget, he has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
You want just more power as a player. What am I doing here?
Говорят, Хамиды в Досмосее Ламазу уничтожили. Похоже, гражданским тоже досталось. Ходят слухи, что это постарались наши. Так вот, это грязная ложь. Товарищи, приказы не обсуждаются. Мы должны выполнять данные нам задачи. Если сказано, сожги деревни.
Loyalty to the end.
Только так мы расставим душманов. За родину! Но помните, мирных жителей трогать нельзя. Если среди них будут жертвы, это только подольет масло в огонь. Если командир прикажет мне убить гражданского, я убью командира. Я к этому готов.
Is this the heroism in question? All right, see you later, boys. I'm just gonna grab this guy and get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, if we interrogate him as well, I think he'll talk about some stuff that we see in future missions.
There, that's the target.
We burned a bunch of villages, but we didn't kill any villagers. Masilaman, that's where we meet Skullface for the first time later. A place that XOF and Skullface completely wiped out. There's something hidden. This is the Honeybee, foreshadowing the whole Honeybee mission, again where we meet Skullface. Like, go and get the music? Fuck it, let's do it.
Target secured. I'll tell the client we sent the target to a place outside of heaven. Boss, your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. Don't hang around.
Понял. Усилить безопасность и найти нарушителя. Конец связи.
Ah!
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete.
Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
What did he say? Someone recap? What was he blabbering about? Anyone pick up on that?
Boss, we've received a back-channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect. That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse. The President was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then. You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike. Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of. If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch. Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was. All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end... The time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand. I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with a problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project.
Les enfants terribles, Zero called it.
You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean. Christmas Eve, 1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training them near the Zero Line, sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Soviet troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turned pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on. This war, the Kremlin never expected to have this much trouble against the Mujahideen.
Hey, Hobbler, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. Cheers, thank you.
Afghanistan is a tribal society. Tradition demands that its people stand up to any outsiders who set foot on their land. With the honor of their people at stake, they have everything to fight for. No matter how hard the Soviets hit them, they continue to appear out of nowhere, striking back, then vanishing again. But there's one thing even the Mujahideen fear. Every last one of them. The Soviet gunships. They're highly maneuverable and equipped with massive firepower. Plus, the underside of the fuselage is heavily armored. The Mujahideen can barely scratch them with their small arms. Anyone who hangs around gets mowed down by the gunship's heavy machine guns. This new honeybee weapon that was given to the Hamid fighters, it's no doubt something to help them strike back against the gunships, which makes it a weapon that could change the course of the war. Those guerrilla fighters known as Mujahideen don't actually belong to a single organization. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic country. You've got the Pashtuns, the Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and each of them is split into their own tribes, large and small. Each ethnicity has several rebel organizations that their various tribes gather under. They're united under the banner of jihad, but that doesn't mean they work like a single standing army. Just look at the area around Smasy Fort. A lot of Tajiks used to live there, but they fled after the Soviets started their Scorched Earth campaign. With the area uninhabited, the Hamid fighters, who are Pashtun, decided to move in. The Hamids are based out of the city of Peshawar. We passed through it on the western edge of Pakistan. The Pashtun people have long lived in Afghanistan and western Pakistan. They used to travel back and forth frequently. Then Britain went and established the border that still stands today. The Hamid fighters get generous support from the Pakistani government. The government wants to use them to secure influence over Afghanistan. Their liaison with the Hamids is Inter-Services Intelligence, and behind the ISI, you have the CIA. That's probably how the honeybee ended up in the hands of the Hamid men.
Kaz, what about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave this strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist. Skulls? The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other. But one by one, the voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew it. When I came to, I was in a Soviet camp, tied to an interrogation chair.
Could they be some new Spetsnaz unit?
No. The ones that interrogated me were just the average rank and file. Whatever group attacked us, the way they moved was just insane. And that mist, appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
If they did, Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
Why'd they come after you?
Wish I knew. I'm the only one who survived. Though I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there. When I first started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship. Though, a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth. Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down. Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
I don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are. The new Mother Base started out as a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. From the outside, it looked like the project was back on rails.
Kaz, you...
What?
I see what you're doing. Recreating the Mother Base we had 9 years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The Mother Base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big, we split it across companies. Any company that draws attention gets liquidated, and its capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion. Plus, we have Hewick.
Hewick?
Human Exploitation Company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering. Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Kaz, that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. Hewick members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from Hewick will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you.
That's why you made that ruckus at the Zero line.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
Kaz.
Then I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri Lanka, East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us?
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the west wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs. Too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the ship that took us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was... stimulating.
Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on. And then 2 years ago, the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually, most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now, she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond Dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity, yielding to no man while maintaining one's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
Ocelot said the number of private forces is increasing, and they've modeled themselves after us.
They're a far cry from the likes of us.
But why? 9 years ago we made enemies of the world as a nuclear-equipped force, independent of ideology or state.
Yes. Sooner or later, the real UN would have stepped in.
So why are they giving these PFs free rein?
That's our fault, too.
What do you mean?
What happened 9 years ago was a real problem for a lot of people. An organization as big as ours, with our facilities, was wiped off the map. Not an easy thing to hide. But if our existence came to light, so would the names of our clients. We had contracts all over, east and west, from superpowers to banana republics, the lot. Our clients denied all association with the likes of us. They had to make sure things didn't blow up on them. But at the same time, they missed us. They really missed us. The demand for armies for hire was as strong as ever. The international community turned a blind eye to what happened to us, despite still needing people who could do our jobs. History couldn't afford to lose us. As soon as we were gone, they needed a replacement. So private forces spread everywhere. And they're all just a phone call away.
But still.
I know. PFs are totally different from what we envisioned. Nation-states, revolutionaries, terrorists, they have a lot of clients, and Cypher is one of them. Cypher stays anonymous, but I know their work when I see it. In the eyes of those clients, the world's PFs are all just expendable pawns. The clients don't have to worry about losing their own men. Nobody knows they're involved, and PFs are cheap. In short, the world is chewing up soldiers and spitting them out. Even some of the old Mother Base's survivors are still working for PFs. Some guys created their own smaller forces. Others were taken on by emerging PFs. Everybody's gone their separate ways. But none of them are living their dream, because they're not fighting with you. Of course, I tried to headhunt as many of them as I could for Diamond Dogs. It was all a waste of time. They said they weren't interested without you to lead them, but now you're back. And everything's gonna change. We'll unite all private forces under you, transcending nations and economies. What is a nation? Just a patch of dirt. The bonds among us will surpass nations, and that's what'll put the world under our control. We'll establish a new kind of country, redefine the very concept of it. Even Cypher will be below us, an extraterritorial federation of military nations, the United States of Force. Once word of Big Boss's return starts traveling, that'll be our true deterrent against Cypher. In other words, no one will dare to come gunning for you. How do you figure? Cypher lacks a large-scale fighting force. PFs are the perfect tool for them. But those PFs revere you, the legendary Big Boss. If Cypher killed you now, they wouldn't take it lying down. Maybe they'd even go looking for revenge, but they definitely wouldn't keep doing Cypher's dirty work, even if it put their lives at stake. That's why it's no longer a benefit to Cypher to get rid of you. The very fact that you're alive is our greatest defense against Cypher.
Nice to know. It'll buy us some time while we get back to full strength.
Just keep in mind that what I'm saying is generalizing a lot. In practice, the PFs around the world don't know your face. Just declaring that you're Big Boss won't be enough to convince them. And if they see you as an enemy, they'll come at you with everything they've got.
Some hero.
That's why you need to bring them back to Mother Base. Show them on your terms that you really are the one and only Big Boss. Once you've proven that, they won't hesitate to join us.
All right, fools. We still awake? Let's do another mission, shall we? Dr. K should be taking over soon. Come on, I didn't shout. There's no need to be scared. Let's do Over the Fence next, shall we? I saw more in play. I'm going to leave those there. I mix it up. Sometimes I don't always play all the tapes that are there. I actually quite like a lot of these early tapes where they're just talking about, you know, the influence of Big Boss and the growth of Mother Base. Miller speculating about what'll happen when it grows large enough that they'll have all these other shell companies that they're operating through. Kind of makes me think of the whole proxy theme again. And then if they get found out, they'll liquidate the company, and all that stuff is kind of cool, I think. This world of proxies and shell companies where nobody knows anything about where anyone really works. You see that a lot in this game where you're always dealing with shell companies and proxies, which I think are supposed to be analogous to phantoms as well. They're like ghosts. You're always told about these companies and no one knows who works there or where the orders are coming through. Kind of interesting that Kaz wants MSF, or he wants Diamond Dogs to be like that as well. Sort of ghost company. Let's do the over the fence briefing, shall we?
If we're going to expand Mother Base, we need more manpower. And not just for combat roles either. R&D, the support unit, intel, each demands a different set of skills. If we want to achieve what we've set out to do, Diamond Dogs has got to get stronger. There's a Soviet engineer I want to have join us. He was the one who built your prosthesis. With him on our side, who knows what sort of enhancements he'll come up with for it. He tried to defect but didn't make it, and now he's being held prisoner at Waksin Barracks. Find this engineer and get him out. Having him on our R&D team will go a long way to helping Diamond Dogs grow.
Alright, let's do it. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit fucking tired at the moment. I am tired, but BRK will be here soon enough. I'll be slurring my words and struggling to think straight. Let's see. That'll wake me up a little bit. Okay. Keeping my words. Hey, I'm not that bad yet. These 12-hour shifts, they catch up on you. Punished Venom Snake. Benedict Kazuhira Miller. Look at these actors. Revolver Shalashaska Ocelot. Supporting cast. Guest starring. Look at all these actors. Look at all these stand-ins. These proxies, these ghosts.
Boss, your target just happens to be the man who developed your prosthetic hand.
Where's the reality here?
Only one capable of maintaining it. If we bring him in, I'm sure he'll be able to modify it in all kinds of ways as well.
Be careful down there, boss.
On a scale of 5, how hype am I for Delta? Oh, I'd say a 2, maybe? 1.5?
It's the Waksin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
I never really get too excited about remakes, especially when they're kind of remaster remakes. But I hope it's good. I hope I enjoy it. I hope it invigorates the community. But in a lot of ways, it feels like a glorified remaster, so it's kind of hard for me to get too excited about it. If it was like a built from the ground up, whole new kind of thing, like big reimagining of MGS3 with, you know, loads of new mechanics and systems and evolutions of the food system and the cure system, and, you know, that would get me excited. But, you know, it seems like it's basically going to be the same game with some differences. You know, we know the cutscenes are like shot-for-shot recreations with all the same mocap, all the same voice acting. The gameplay looks different, but it doesn't look like crazy different. Like all the level design seems to be the same. I reckon the guard layouts and everything will be the same. I'm hoping we get some mechanical changes, and there are some cool new visual changes, like Snake can get all covered in shit, and we can see all his injuries and his, you know, his bruises and all that stuff. That's going to be cool and immersive. I hope, as long as they don't make a balls out of the, you know, remaking what we already had in the original game. But yeah, I hope it's good. I'm looking forward to it to a reasonable degree, but it's hard to be like crazy hyped about a remake project like this, for me personally.
That crack would make a good foothold. You can use crack climbing to make your way up.
But yeah, I hope they succeed with it. I hope it will maybe lead to more interesting things from the series in the future. Metal Gear will have to continue to exist inevitably. It's a moneymaker for Konami. So yeah, I hope the project goes well, and I hope it leads to maybe more interesting projects down the line, different games, new games that aren't just remakes, more remakes. But I don't even really know what I would want from the series in that respect either. Like, where do I even want this series to go? I guess I'm fine with it just being the way it is and, you know, having the series end. But, you know, that's just... that isn't gonna happen. So, with that fact in mind, yeah, I just don't really know where I would want to see the series go. I think some kind of reboot would probably be the best idea. You know, just leave this story the way it is and, like, just reboot the world with a different story. Maybe with the same characters or, like, I don't know. I don't even know what you would do with a reboot, but that's what Kojima initially wanted from the series after 4. When he was hoping once again that his team would take over after him. He figured that after 4, given that he thought that was going to be the end of the series, that what would come next would be some kind of reboot with a whole new set of characters and a whole new world, but still Metal Gear somehow. But it's almost hard to imagine a Metal Gear world without the snakes as we know them.
Boss, you've entered a building.
And the whole, you know, mythology of Big Boss and everything, and the Patriots and the Metal Gears, and yeah, that whole world. It'll be hard to imagine a new Metal Gear.
Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run.
Ah, tragic. Did I get a checkpoint there? I never fail here. I knew that guy was there.
That's the Waksin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like
Rising wasn't really a reboot. Rising takes place after the events of MGS4. With the same... Maybe you're responding to someone else there in chat. Right? Rising isn't the whole new MGS world.
That crack would make a good foothold. You can use crack climbing to make your way up.
But we do see reboot type scenarios in some of the other spin-offs. And some of which I quite like, you know, like in Acid, in the Metal Gear Acid games. We see versions of Snake there and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to more reboot type stuff for sure. I need to go through Acid again one of these days. I really had a great time going through Acid 1 and 2.
Boss, you've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors.
What the fuck is a building?
If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run. Roger.
Yeah, I played A Hero's Way incredibly correctly.
There's the target. No major injuries. Doubt he'll have the strength to walk, though. Go ahead and extract him.
Помогите. Помоги мне.
There. That's the target.
протез. Я его сделал. Это мой шедевр.
My masterpiece.
Обычные протезы — это скучно.
Great. If there's nothing in the way overhead, you should be able to fold them in.
По бионике. Я создаю биомеханические гибриды. Можно сказать?
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Бионическая рука. Свою жизнь я создал тысячи таких конечностей.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Просто даже в Кремле. И вот благодарность. Сделай гигантские руки и новые боевые платформы, они сказали.
Oh no, I'm gonna miss Pequod slaughtering these guys. I always take great pleasure in the brutal murder here. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it. Oh! Oh well. Did that capture an outpost? Pequod killed all the guys governing that outpost? Nice. Good job, Pequod. Oh.
Target extraction confirmed. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the
Wait, there's still someone shooting at me. I guess he wasn't a part of the outpost.
Departing.
Okay, I'm assuming, yeah, DRK's ready.
Nice work. Keep it up. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
All right, there we go. Let me just go back to this menu.
The engineer we rescued has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him aboard. Thing is, his specialty isn't mechanics, but something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order.
This saves here. Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if I need to go back to base, but no. It saves. Right, guys, I'm gonna get this save sent over to DRK. Bear with me for a few minutes. I'll play some tunes while you wait, and then he'll be picking up right where we left off. I'm sure he'll be playing the game really, really wrong. But I hope you enjoyed my little correct playthrough of Phantom Pain. I'll be back later for some more righteous gameplay. Bear with me here, and I'll be back in a few minutes to sign off for good. I'll get this save sent over. All right, guys. We're good. Sorry for the delay. The stream will be going down for a few seconds, and then DRK will be right back up with MGS5, continuing the Phantom Pain with the exact same save file, continuing right where we left off. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for my final session. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be back. Thanks, everyone.